Good morning, everyone. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seat. And before we start, we'd like to make some announcement. For simultaneous interpretation, please use the receivers at your seat and leave them on the desk after the session. Restrooms are located to the left outside the venue. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Phone calls should be made outside the venue. Smoking is prohibited inside the venue. Please use the designated smoking areas. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, everyone. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seat. Before we start, we'd like to make some announcement. For simultaneous interpretation, please use the receivers at your seat and leave them on the desk after the session. Restrooms are located to the left outside the venue. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Phone calls should be made outside the venue. Smoking is prohibited inside the venue. Please use the designated smoking areas. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your attendance. We will now begin Session 6, Resilience, Promoting Decarbonization. May I kindly invite all speakers to come up to the stage. Now let me introduce our moderator and distinguished speakers. The moderator is Mr. Togo Uchida, Executive Director of ICLEI Japan Office. The distinguished speakers are Ms. Anna Lisa Boni, Deputy Mayor of Bologna, Ms. Bostian Kolitunik, Deputy Mayor of Ljubljana, Mr. Mikael Noldo, Director of Malmö, Ms. Roshena Campbell, Deputy Mayor of Melbourne, and Mr. Tevita Gadulev Taginava Burau Bosewaka, Chairman, Special Administrators, and Acting Chief Executive Officer of SUBA. Thank you very much for your attendance. And now, Mr. Uchida, if you please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I hope you had a good sleep in a nice hotel. I think yesterday it was rainy, but today the weather is really, really nice. So I am assuming all of you are wanting to get out of this room as soon as possible. But hopefully we will have an exciting session to not bore you, and so that we will have a productive morning so that we could enjoy some sunshine in the afternoon. So my name is Togo, and I'm the Executive Director for ICLEI Japan Office. Just a very short introduction of ICLEI. We're the local government network, and we really support the local government pursuance on sustainability as much as we can. And what we do is really walk along with the city staffs, mayors, governors, senior staff of local government administration to really make them pursue sustainability as much as possible. And we intervene so that we can influence a bit to encourage more and do a little bit further in its pursuance of sustainability. And for that experience, we've been actually operating for more than 30 years in this sector. And so many things has happened. And as you well know, this GNETS meeting this year is focusing on resilience. And for the last 30 years, one thing that changed significantly is the direct impact of some of the environmental consequences that the scientists and science community has been warning us for the many decades are now coming to reality. And so I think it all makes sense for GNET and Tokyo Metropolitan Government to focus on resilience, as cities are growingly being forced or needed to be responding to these disasters in its own way. And we're not only talking about physical response, but it's a human response. How do we control, make sure that our society is bonded together in a difficult times? So yesterday you had occasion for the cities to share all these different examples of what cities are actually facing. But this morning we are taking a little bit of a different stance where we are focusing on decarbonization. So it's resilience, but it's decarbonization is our theme. And how we pursue this session is that I will ask each speakers to give a presentation first, and then we will go to the Q&A. So without further ado, I would like to start from you, Anna from Bologna. Please share us your activities in Bologna.
Okay, thank you, Togo, and thank you to the whole organizers for this really incredible event. If I'm very jet lagged, so if I start talking about things that have nothing to do with this session, please let me know. Okay. Difficult to capture what we've done in the last years on this, on decarbonizing the city, and resilience is very challenging, but I'll do my best. So we have decided to join the mission of the European Union on 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. So the name of it just is very long, but also very challenging. But we found that this has helped us a lot. So what does it mean? Now, I've written European cities, but in this context, of course, it's every city. Reaching climate neutrality and working on decarbonization, and in any case about fighting climate change, it's not a project. People say, oh, what's that project about Bologna 2030? It's not a project. Stop calling it a project. It's a mission. Why? Because it's really something where you need to be led by a transformative vision, and you need to adopt a totally different approach. It's a paradigm change. You need to be, looking at the holistic approach, and also how to work with everyone in the city. So it's really something different from your traditional plan or strategy and so on. And this requires a lot of investment in terms of cultural change as well, in the administration and in the relation with the citizens and the city as a whole. This is just our pathway, showing that resilience and adaptation are totally going hand in hand with, the climate neutrality challenge, and they need to be hand in hand all the time. It's also important to remember, as I said, it's a holistic approach, but also it's not only about reducing emissions. Reducing emissions means having so many co-benefits and so many other objectives being achieved if you, push for that. So it's climate, of course, but it's also about changing the health of the urban environment. It's about changing how you use the city. Think of, how you transform a city by including a tramway line, or by putting a 30-kilometer speed limit in the city, apart from, citizens attacking you and, challenging you. But the rest is really like changing the way the city is used by people. It's, of course, socioeconomic objectives, because you will, if by pushing renewables, you will change also bills for people, and administrative. It's very boring in terms of, why administrative, but this has helped us also to use innovative tools like procurement and other types of tools. And the way we work, the different departments are working together in a totally different way from before. So it's not a single solution, it's a transformative, integrated approach that really changes things. Of course, the strategic directions are renewable, 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 renewable. I could never stop saying it, even if, we need, other types of governance, also the national governance helping us. It's not only something that you can do, apart changing your, master plans or building regulations and stuff. You need a multi-level governance for that. And of course, energy is the main issues, but also how do you work with citizens and how you work with the private sector. In this respect, having a climate city contract compared to having just a plan as before has really changed the way we work. It's really about commitment. The word contract, it's not about binding elements, because you're not going to go to prison or paying an amend if you join and don't respect the 2030 target. But it's really about the word, because words mean something. Words sound different. Words make you do things in a different way. So here it's really about co-leadership. It's about commitment of everyone. So it's not only the public administration bearing on its shoulders how to push this challenge forward. It's really about sharing the power and the responsibility. So for the first time in Bologna, we've had that. Lots of partners, lots of supporters, over 100 that have committed to the contract and to our path, our journey, with very concrete actions. So it's not only strategic, it's very concrete as well. also quantified in an investment plan. This has never happened. The investment plan is like also a business card for investors, you know. So there you know what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, with whom you're going to do it, where are the gaps, where investors should invest, where, you know, things should move forward. So I see I have 1 minute, just the example of how many people, what type of people and organization are part of this contract. From the hospitals, you know, hospitals are cities in the city. Yeah? If you have the commitment of hospitals, you change a lot. But also all the utilities, you have big companies like Toyota, for example, and so many other companies and supporters from the civil society to up to, you know, really national, regional governments and so on. And banks, because banks need to be enablers. Okay, I think I've gone over, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. I mean, it really struck me about the fact that you have gained the commitment from everyone in the society. I'll come back to that in the Q&A. Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, I would like to move on to Ljubljana, Deputy Mayor Bostian. Please introduce what your city has been doing.
Thank you very much. In the beginning, I would like to emphasize Ljubljana received a reward for Congress Star, but the level of organization I see here, I believe we got the award because Tokyo was not participating. So, but again, thank you for inviting me. Indeed, Ljubljana did a lot in the last 20 years or so. We are the European Green Capital of 2016. Not only that, the award ceremony or the competition goes on for 25 years, and in 2021 it received the award the best among the 20 European green capitals. And of course we are, together with Bologna, part of EU mission of 100 climate neutral and smart cities. And I must also add or just reaffirm it's a mission. It's not one project, a bunch of projects, it's a mission. What I would also like to reaffirm is it's about changing the culture. Let me give you an example. In Slovenia, of course, we had our own coal, right? I'm a lawyer, I can't comment on the quality of coal, but we had dirty coal, okay? And then we kind of emptied our stocks, and we went to Indonesian coal, which is much more quality, higher quality, more clean. And of course, afterwards we were looking for a solution to get energy and heating from steam gas units, okay? Of course, we had civil initiatives complaining about that, having the gas steam unit in their surrounding, even though it's much cleaner. But still, people are used to something, and every change, it's, you know, comfort zone, we push them out. And afterwards, we did receive all the, let's say, construction permits and everything. We built the gas steam unit, and afterwards, we're receiving complaints. Why? Because out of the chimney, there is no smoke, right? It's not working. You spent all the money, but now it's not working because we don't see any smoke. Of course, there's no black smoke because it's gas. Steam unit, it only has white smoke, and only it has it, I don't know, once a day for half an hour or twice a day for half an hour. So it's all about, you know you're doing a good thing, but you have to inform people, you have to educate people, and it's really hard if they're not motivated, if it's a political thing. Even though comparing national level and local level, it's much easier to work in the local level, as we talked yesterday in some informal surroundings, because you can always show results. It's not about, just obtaining points. What we were focusing in the last 20 years, it's about green areas, open public spaces, and of course mobility. Mobility is an issue we all like to hear it, it's a buzzword, but when you have to move by feet, on feet, or with the bicycle, it's much more problematic. Yesterday I read in the US the obesity rate is 40%. In Japan it's 5%. Why? Because the infrastructure in Japan is made for walking, you know. Of course there is also processed food, and it's not about genetics. If a Japanese person would go into the US and eat the processed food, it would still be inclined to be obese. But the infrastructure factor is really important. You have to force people, make them believe that it's better, and afterwards they don't remember the 10 years ago a lot of cars in the markets, on the streets. They can't remember that. They can't remember even their own complaints and protests about closing down the city for traffic. And that's what we did in Ljubljana. We had a project of this central, really major traffic route. We closed it down, and the same people that were protesting 10 years ago can't really remember how it was. And of course, it's a shift in the mindset, but like I said, if you're a politician, you have to just not think of what is best for the people. You have to think of what is best for the people and persuade them so that they make it internal. I'm close to the end, and the Q&A is more vivid, so I will leave the stage for the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bostian. Yes, we will definitely come back to the Q&A. There's so many questions I really want to ask you. So moving on to next speaker, Mikhail from Malmö. Please share your experience in Malmö, please.
Thank you and good morning. And before I begin, let me express our gratitude to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for inviting us to GNETS and for taking such a strong leadership for cities in the green transition. And today I will not only talk about what we do in Malmö, I will also show you how we work and how we turn climate goals into real change. So just a brief introduction. Malmö is a very old city and with a very young and global population. We are located in the very south of Sweden with strong international connections that attracts both companies and talents. People in Malmö come from 187 different countries and speaks more than 150 languages. And half of our population is under the age of 35. Our private business sector is growing twice as fast as the average in Sweden. And we believe that this is no accident. We believe it's the result of being an open, welcoming, and inclusive city. So we used to be a heavy industrial city. About 30 years ago, we started a major transformation from heavy industry to a knowledge-based economy, and from industrial areas to sustainable urban districts. Since then, sustainability has not been a project, it's been part of everything we do. We work with climate goals and social inclusion at the same time. Malmö was the first city in Sweden to implement the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And today, together with Bologna and Ljubljana, we are one of the 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, appointed by the European Commission, and a resilience hub within the UN system. We have clear targets, 100% renewable energy supply and net zero emissions from the organization by 2030, and a 70% reduction of total CO2 emissions by 2030 compared to the 1990s level. So let me give you two examples. In Malmö, we believe that cities do not transform alone, they transform together with others. First, BID Malmö. This is a local partnership where property owners, companies, citizens, and the city work together in specific areas. And the focus is not only business, it's also safety, trust, ecological and social sustainability. The other example is LFM 30, Local Roadmap Malmö 2030. Here, the city works together with more than 200 companies to make the entire building and construction sector climate neutral by 2030. It's not just a plan, it's a shared commitment with clear goals and a common tools. And we believe that when cities and companies work together in a structured way, real change become possible. And now we are taking the next step in Malmö. To solve today's challenges, we need to rethink how we work, we need to remake our models, and we need the courage to reimagine the future. So this is why we are building Malmö Generate District. It's an innovation district for sustainable solutions, a place where ideas can be tested, developed, and scaled. We reuse existing buildings and spaces and turn them into living labs and test beds. So the district is built on 3 simple layers. First, the digital layer, making knowledge, people, and opportunities visible and easy to access. Second, the physical layer, creating places where companies, researchers, and the city can meet and work together. And third, the interpersonal layer, actively bringing people together across sectors and backgrounds. Because we think when different perspectives meets, new ideas can grow and innovation can be fostered. And this is how we move from a project to a system for innovation. So to sum up, Malmö has worked with sustainability for a very long time. We have set clear goals and we work closely together with the private sector. Again, cities do not transform through targets alone. They transform through collaboration. And in Malmö, we are now building a new system for that collaboration. We do not have all the answers, but as we say in Sweden, we have a system, and we're here to listen, to learn, and to refine that model and that system and our work ahead together with you. Thank you.
Mikael-san, thank you so much for that presentation. Now I would like to move on to Deputy Lord Mayor Roshner from Melbourne. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can I start by saying what an absolute honour it is to be here with all of you, and also to add my thanks to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for bringing us all together. As city leaders, we know that we are on the front line of the climate crisis. We are the biggest emitters in the world, but we are also the ones leading on climate action. Now, in cities like Melbourne, we are accelerating our plans for decarbonisation. We have committed to be 100% powered by renewable energy by 2030. We already power our major municipal buildings in the City of Melbourne with 100% renewables. We have committed to becoming a garden city with 40% tree canopy by 2030. And with buildings contributing up to 66% of carbon emissions in Melbourne, we have done the planning work to make sure that future developments are built sustainably and that existing buildings are retrofitted or adaptively reused instead of being demolished. But everything that I've talked about is about meeting the existing challenges facing cities. And since we started to do that work, something has changed significantly, and that is the rise of data centres. So that is what I would like to speak to you about today, how we are working to meet the challenges that they pose to achieving net zero emissions. Now, at the C40 summit, the summit of capital cities that was held in Rio in the lead up to COP30, I know many of you in this room are part of C40, and I thank you for your leadership. Our Lord Mayor, along with a number of other capital cities, agreed to work together to harness their shared power, to strike agreement, to make sure that global cities are working together to reduce the environmental impact of data centres. And I want to explain to you why that is such an important commitment and such a difficult challenge for all of us. We know that data centres are growing rapidly. Having gone to Sushi Tech yesterday, we all know that is great for innovation, but it's not great for the climate. With demand for data centres only increasing with the growth of AI, There are already around 70 in Melbourne, around 1,700 data centres in C40 cities. And what we all know is that they have huge demands on energy, on water, and pose significant impacts on emissions. A single 150 megawatt facility uses around 8 megalitres of water a day. That's more than 3 Olympic swimming pools worth. Our national modelling shows that data centres will account for around 12% of Australia, the entire country's energy use, by 2040. And on top of that, we know that they place enormous pressure on land, which in capital cities is already under significant pressure for other purposes, be that housing or other economic uses. Of course, the other difficulty we have is that data centres consume a lot of energy and carbon-heavy resources to be built. And at the end of their life, little thought has been given to how they will be repurposed, whether they will be suitable for adaptive reuse. So I wanted to talk about some of the opportunities we're exploring, and this is very much a discussion about opportunities and challenges, given this is a challenge we are all now confronting. Firstly, it is critical that data centres are built in a way that is aligned with net zero emission pathways. And what is clear is that many countries, many capitals have not turned their mind to that energy and environmental impact. That's why the global C40 city signed the pact to make sure that data centres are built in a way that is focused on renewables, that is resource efficient. But it's also important to explore other opportunities. How can we make sure we are capturing and reusing energy and water from these data centres to mitigate the environmental impacts? And what about the buildings themselves? How can they be greened? How can they be built in a sustainable way? And how can we ensure that when they one day become redundant, they are suitable to be repurposed to serve the community in another way? So I wanted to talk a bit more locally now. The picture before you is of Fisherman's Bend. It's of Melbourne's, and in fact Australia's, largest urban renewal project, 480 hectares in the heart of Melbourne. It'll be home to approximately 80,000 residents and provide employment to even more people than that. And it is already a data centre hotspot. It highlights the problems facing cities like Melbourne, where data centres are being approved, are being built, but the framework does not yet exist to make sure the environmental impacts are mitigated. That is why we are challenging those in Australia and those globally to turn their minds to how we set up planning frameworks to mitigate that environmental impact. I wanted to close with a bit of hope. I do think if we do this work now, the future will be very bright, that we do have the capacity to mitigate the carbon emissions, the water impacts, the energy impacts of data centres. But if we don't do this thinking now, there is no doubt the environmental impacts will be immense. So this is our chance to pull our collective knowledge and ambition to make sure that we achieve good outcomes, not just for innovation, but also for the environment as we all face this challenge together. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor, thank you very much for that presentation. Now, I would like to move on to Suva City. Chairman Special Administrators and Acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Tevita, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, Suva City is in Fiji, in the Fiji Islands, and Fiji Islands is in the Pacific. Just about 3.5 hours flight to Melbourne, and about 2 hours, 15 minutes to Auckland. There are about 300 islands in Fiji, only about 100 are inhabited. For Suva City, there's only about 100,000 people at this stage. So that's more or less about Fiji and Suva City. For us in Fiji, and I believe like most of you, we are taking a multi-level approach when we deal with climate change or decarbonization. This multi-level approach, it's from the global level, as you know, taking a clue from the SDGs and also the Paris Agreement, and thereafter, then we move down to the national government and the local government, which is the city and other towns. So Suva and of course Fiji is very vulnerable to climate change because of its smallness. And since it's a small country, we are exposed to sea level rise, cyclones of increasing intensity, and flooding in most cases, and it's quite severe. I hope I'm on the right track. So when we develop this Fiji Low Emissions Development Strategy, that comes from the Paris Agreement, where you are required, when you're required to determine your own level of reduction in the decarbonization, we really needed to develop a low emission development strategy, and that's what we have done. So with this, we really needed to take a very strategic approach, step by step, and we determine what is best. And you will note there that we have taken these 4 approaches: business as usual, unconditional scenario, where everything is normal, just normal. And then we take a conditional scenario with some special funding. The third one, a high ambition scenario with some external funding. And 4, a very high ambition scenario where we are very innovative with policies, with our ambitions, etc., etc. So after extensive these stakeholder consultations, analysis and modeling of different scenarios for each one, so we saw that the very high ambition scenario, net zero emissions, can be achieved during the year 2041. And the table shows, there you will note from 2025, there's some slight reduction for high ambition and quite significant for very high ambition from 20 to 25. And we know that the trend will continue if we go up to 2050. So by 2050, there will be zero carbon emissions. Now, just looking at Fiji, as I mentioned, we are just looking at every level. When we look at Fiji's climate commitments, we've noted that 36%, sorry, there's reduction by 36% for greenhouse gas by 2035. We know that by 2035, it can reduce by 36%. And the renewable electricity target will be 100% by 2035. Now, the electricity already from renewables, it's 53%, already 53. And in 2041, we hope to have this net zero achievable under this very high ambition scenario. So that's from the national context, Fiji's context, or Fiji's level as a nation. Now, we move down to Suva City. What are we doing? So we have developed a VLR last year. VLR means the voluntary local review. It's the first in the Pacific that we developed this. It's more or less aligning our plans to the Sustainable Development Goals. So after developing this last year with the help of UNESCAP, we are now ready and just about finalizing this week the annual, the 5-year corporate plan, 5-year strategic development plan. And it captures all this, and very important, it includes climate change and decarbonization. So that's what we have done, and we are committing to all what is required to be done to contain climate change. In Suva Cities context, the climate reality facing Fiji, as I mentioned, we have also done through Stinson Center and Ocean Policy Research Institution of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. They came up with a Climate and Ocean Risk Vulnerability Index, the COVI for Suva. And from their findings, Suva is on high risk in terms of ecology, in terms of finance, and the political risk. It ranges from 5.5 to 7% high risk. There it goes. Then Suva, as been mentioned, is a major city in Fiji, and it's a high carbon emitter in Fiji's standard. So under the VLR, as I mentioned, and under the 5-year strategic development plan from 26 to 2030, it aims to reduce carbon emission through electricity generation, transport, waste management, waste minimization, and management. So for one, in terms of electricity, we are promoting rooftop solar PV through donors and special arrangements with banks and the ministries and other agencies. This is through Strategic Development Plan SDG 17 on partnership. On the transport, on what we have done on transport.
Mr. Tevita, consideration of the time.
Yes.
Could we possibly wrap up, and maybe I'll come back to you on the questions to ask a little bit more of what you are doing specifically in the city. Would that be okay?
Okay, just one minute to round it up.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. The other one is just the sustainable transport actions on electrical vehicles, EV adoption, non-motorized transport, and clean maritime links. On waste management, we have zero waste program, green and blue infrastructure, coastal mangrove restoration, clean water, sanitation. And to implement this, we need to be united and work together under this partnership SDG 17. Thank you. Binak.
Mr. Tevita, thank you so much, and I apologize for making you rush because we have a limited time. But thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. So I would like to move on to the Q&A session, and we will go along the same way as the presentation was conducted. So pointing to you, Anna, first from Bologna. What struck me from your presentation that you mentioned that this is not a project, this is a mission, and I think others also mentioned in a similar ways. I want to ask you, how did you make this happen? And you mentioned how it is difficult, and you have to involve all citizens' participation. I just want to ask how that was possible, and how did you promote that in your city?
Okay, it was kind of easy to get a lot of, organizations, of course. As in 4 years, 3-4 years, we managed to get over 100, the biggest, the smallest. But the most important was also to have citizens on board. As a city, we have, always given, we have traditionally given a lot of energy and space to citizens' engagement, because we believe it's really part of governing the city. But in this respect, we've taken a commitment that is very strong and very, I think, unique in Europe, but I don't think in the world, I don't know, but still, on citizens' assemblies. Everyone has one, a lot of cities have experiences with citizens' assemblies, but we wanted to do a bit more. We decided to embed the body Citizens' Assembly in our municipal statutes. So you have the city council, you have the city board, you have all these bodies that are there by municipal, regulation, but we've included also a citizens' assembly. This one can be activated by 5,000 citizens or by the majority of councillors, but it's in there, okay? So we made it structural. And one we've had in the last 2 years is the one on climate and energy. So the idea of citizens' assemblies is that they need to be based on a very solid methodology. People are extracted randomly, but with a very clear, methodology behind, in terms of having really a strong representation of the city diversity and differences. So in terms of residents, in terms of age, in terms of gender. We've also included 20% of so-called city users. So people who use public transport, even if they don't live in Bologna, and also students. We have, 70,000 students in the city. So that has really made the sort of on climate, we did it. So people spent 6 months going through so-called learning process, but not established by us, but by a committee, independent committee. There is different committees. It's quite complex, but at least it's solid. So guarantee committee that the democratic process is happening correctly on the program. And so all these people selected, 87 survived because some people couldn't do it. We paid also the people who participated, like the fee of a city councillor. And in the end of the 6 months, they went through a process and then deliberated, a big volume of proposals that then they discussed with the city councils, and we included them in our program, in our work program. The stuff that was in our competence, of course, because if there was stuff that, we can't do, like if it's a national competence, then we didn't decide to adopt it. So that is really the way, if you want to get your citizens on board, the only way is to have them participate in an authentic and deep and very strong way. Okay, thank you.
I mean, just from the curiosity, this citizens' assembly, did you encounter any kind of opposition from the councillors itself? Because councillors are representing citizens. And is it a one-shot thing, or is it continuous?
Well, it took many years to get to this idea and to have it approved. It came from the climate emergency declaration that the city adopted even in 2021, before our mandate started. And then we saw from a lot of associations in the cities who pushed for it, and so it demanded a sort of fight inside the council, but the majority won and was in favor, because they understand that representative democracy needs to go, hands in hand, and also be complemented by participation and deliberation democracy. It makes democracy as a whole stronger.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Deputy Mayor Bostian, and thank you for your cooperation in presentation. You had very interesting slides that it would be nice if we could have time for you to present, but apologize for that. But your city has been nominated as Green Capital of Europe. And what I would like to ask is, what was the original motivation of the city to pursue and take that bold movement in the city?
Well, I have to be honest, I'm in the city management for running the 4th year, and our mayor is there for 20 years. So it was a process. As I've heard, as I've noticed, it became the first awards 15 years ago came more or less spontaneously, and afterwards it was kind of a competition between departments also, you know, to prove themselves, to gain. It was a positive competition, of course, and our mayor is kind of management by walking and cooperation, and it kind of, we saw that we're actually receiving acknowledgement, and afterwards it was kind of natural to aim for the highest award. And of course we have to be honest, it's always easier to build greenfield investment than to, you know, refurbish, reconstruct. And if you have a low standard when you begin the term, it's much easier to improve and get results, right? Now it's a cultural thing within the city administration. If there's a possibility to obtain foreign or domestic acknowledgement, to have standards, why would you make up standards if they already exist? So that was kind of a way.
No, fantastic. I mean, you made a bold movement, and I like when you mentioned about how it's becoming a culture now, so gradually getting support from people, understanding. From that note, so you have made the city center, like 19 hectares of the city center as in pedestrian zone. And I think that's a big impact for local economy as well. Can you tell us a bit more about how the citizens reacted to that and how they are living on that now? I mean, are they happy with this?
Well, now they're happy. In the beginning, they weren't. There were, let's say, civil initiatives, protests. They were asserting that the local shops will die out and things like that. Of course, the inhabitants had a lot of problems if you close down it's a vast city center, right? But we kind of went through it. We implemented free service of, it's called Cavalier, little green electric cars that help citizens or visitors. They drive them around within the pedestrian zone, free of charge. You just call the Cavalier guy, and it also became a kind of a social cohesion thing, because all the drivers now know the elderly. They drive them to the market, back. They know where they live. If we have an issue, I know who's the owner of a building, we have a name, we ask the drivers, and they know where they live, even though, you know, they're not registered at that address. So we kind of showed that it's not about money earning, it's about their quality of life. And of course, the tourist impact was enormous. Now we're getting to the second stage, too many tourists to be sustainable. So that's, you know, it was a sweet worry, not anymore. So, but it's a process.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of cities can understand the difficult maneuvering process that you have actually gone through, but that's fantastic. Thank you very much for that example. Mikhail, so Malmö, as some of you may know, the mayor of Malmö is the president of ICLE, so we have a very strong connection with Malmö. In your presentation, you mentioned about Generate District. As a leading city, I just wanted to ask, what was the driver for the city to come up with this concept? Can you share us a bit more about that?
Thank you. I think for the city of Malmö, the transformation to a modern city, a knowledge-based economy started like 25, 30 years ago. And so we noticed some years ago that many of the institutions we created by then were still functioning, were still doing a great job, but we thought it was time for the next level to do something more together, because we have Mink, the startup house of Malmö, so we have different incubators, science park, the former high school became a university. So what's the next step for doing this? So that was one of the drivers. So how could we leverage this? Also, not being the capital city, in the startups and the scale-ups are quite often in lack of capital. So this was also one of the driving forces to do more together to attract more capital to our scale-ups and startups. in the city. And then, of course, we love all investments, all innovative companies in Malmö. But from the city perspective, it's really important that we support the innovation and the companies that are helping us to solve the global challenges. So within Malmö General District, we are focusing much on companies and innovation that create an impact, to have like a solution for the ecological situation or the economic situation or the social situation. So that's like one in the DNA of Malmö General District, to focus on the impact investment and impact companies, I would say.
No, thank you very much. I think it's very strong language, but very impactful, and I think it has a power to draw private companies' imagination. And as you say, it might be good a word, mission statement that draws interest of private investment in Malmö. Thank you very much for sharing that. One more question. As a president of ICRE, you play also as a city that represents global local governments. As everyone here knows, the current global international challenge that we all face. Could you perhaps share us what kind of role that cities could take in this current very much turbulent international situation?
Well, this is one really good example that Tokyo has initiated, and I think that, as you said, the turbulent or the current situation at the national levels are a bit problematic, and the transformation to a more sustainable society is really challenged today. And working at the local level, we know that it's much of the transformation is done at the local level. So I think we together have to continue our work on the social, on the sustainable development, but also together be strong in advocating that we need the resources, we need a mandate, and it has to be outspoken that the city and the local level has a right to be at the tables when decisions are taken. I think that's really, really important. So as our mayor being the president of the ICLEI is, of course, one of the prioritizing for Malmö to be here and to be on other arenas to raise the awareness of the local level.
Thank you very much. I think what we have been hearing is that local government, Anna, you mentioned about protecting democracy and strengthening democracy, and how local governments can actually play a very proactive role in this, and economic revitalization or vitalization to really kick this, create a new culture for the people to support. And I think the local government really plays that really important role in this. So Deputy Lord Mayor Rashna, you mentioned about a data center, and as we all know, it's a very necessary technology in the coming decades. But you mentioned about the difficulty, because if you don't control it properly, it could harm climate. So I really like what you selected this presentation for this occasion. What I would like to ask is that, given that sensitivity somewhat, did you receive any kind of opposition or complaints when the cities decided to move forward in these projects?
So I do think it's very interesting that this leadership has come from the city level, that it came out at the C40 conference in the lead up to COP. It hasn't come out in the same way from the national government level or the state government level. To the contrary, in Australia, the state government is very focused on the economic benefits of data centres. They have streamlined and fast-tracked planning approvals for data centres, so they don't go through the normal procedures for any other development, because our state government has decided that they are the economic future. And what we are saying is it is important to pause, to consider those long-term environmental impacts. We know that data centres are energy hungry, and yet there is no framework requiring them to use 100% renewables. We know they are water hungry, yet nothing is compelling them to reuse that water. And we also know that ultimately they will become obsolete. And we all know the cost of either demolishing or adaptive reuse of a building that is not set up for that purpose. So this is absolutely the moment in time for us all to pause and think what is the ideal planning framework to make sure we are mitigating those environmental impacts and making sure that we're not all looking at these giant boxes built across our cities in decades to come and saying, what on earth did we do wrong here?
Thank you so much. I mean, I think we're coming with the same message. I think it's not about stopping these things, but it's about benefiting from it in the right way. And maybe the cities have the balanced kind of view and access to people's voice so that we can make the project better and make sense for sustainability. Thank you so much. And one more thing, you mandate companies to report, and you mentioned about that. As a process, how do you do that?
So, I mean, that is not something that has happened yet, but we have suggested that is something that should be required, that large tech companies should be required to report on their energy use and the steps they are taking to make sure they're consistent with net zero and, in fact, go well beyond that to achieve good environmental outcomes. But we also know that is incredibly difficult with large tech companies in a very different space. Australia recently made it illegal for those under 16 to use social media accounts. And the work that was required to get tech companies on side with that legislation was extraordinary and is still an ongoing battle. So I don't pretend for a moment that anything that requires communities and government to work with big tech is an easy path, but it is absolutely a path we need to be walking if we want to achieve the best outcomes.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on to Ms. Tevita. You mentioned about the Fiji's government target and how Suva City is playing a very important role. Could you explain a bit more about how you are going to achieve this renewable energy target that you mentioned in your presentation?
Thank you. First of all, we need to see that the funding, climate funding, is leveraged, internal and also from the external donors. Secondly, we need to look at the policies. We need to revise some bylaws for the city and the policies that will support the technical changes and other changes that are coming aboard. For example, on green buildings, on waste management, most of our laws are archaic, so they need to be changed. And thirdly, the need to improve on our database. I think that's very important so that we can make evidence and good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think a country like you are making a bold actions towards mitigation itself is a very strong message for international community to go and support what you're doing in your city. So thank you so much for that. I was hoping to go through another round, but I think we're running out of time. Thank you very much for your contribution. I think it was very informative. So that concludes our session. Please send a big applause to recognize the contribution by the speakers. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you very much, everyone. And we will now proceed to the photo session. So may I kindly ask all speakers to gather at the center of the stage. Thank you very much. And this concludes the photo session. So please give a round of applause to speakers and moderators. Thank you very much. This concludes session 6. The next session, session 8, Resilience, Promotion of greening will be held in this room. The session is scheduled to begin at 10:15 a.m., so please be seated before the start time. Speakers for the next session are kindly requested to gather in the briefing room at 10:05 a.m., 10 minutes prior to the start. Now we will have a short break. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The program will begin shortly. Please take your seat. Before start, we'll like to make some announcement. For simultaneous interpretations, please use the receivers at your seat and leave them on the desk after the session. Restrooms are located to the left outside the venue. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Phone calls should be made outside the venue. Smoking is prohibited inside the venue. Please use the designated smoking areas. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will start shortly. Please take your seat. And before we start, we'd like to make some announcement. For simultaneous interpretation, please use the receivers at your seat and leave them on the desk after the session. Restrooms are located in the left outside the venue. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Phone calls should be made outside the venue. Smoking is prohibited inside the venue. Please use the designated smoking areas. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your attendance. We will now begin Session 8, Resilience, Promoting Greenery. May I kindly invite all speakers to come up to the stage. and please take your seat. Now let me introduce our moderator and distinguished speakers. The moderator is Executive Director, Mr. Togo Uchida, ICLEI Japan Office. The distinguished speakers are Mr. Richard Hills, Chairperson, Policy Planning and Development Committee, Auckland Council. Ms. Hui-Mei Ju, Director General of New Taipei. Mr. Maurice Sprinjukus, Vice Mayor of Riga. Ms. Keltu Vukus, Mayor of Taltu. And Mr. Stefano Russo, Mayor of Turin. Thank you very much for your attendance. And now, Mr. Uchida, if you please.
Thank you very much. And I'm here again for this moderation. So last session, we were focusing on decarbonization. And this session, we are talking about greenery and how that could contribute to resilience. And so I think I've done my introduction in the previous session, so I'll skip that. So I will proceed as the same as the last session. So we will have a presentation from the speakers first, and then we will go to the Q&A. So without further ado, I would like to switch my microphone to you first, Mr. Richard from Auckland. Please, the floor is yours.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Konnichiwa. Hello, everyone, and kia ora koutou katoa from our Indigenous people, the Māori people of New Zealand. Today, I'm an Auckland councillor and also the chair of the Policy Planning and Development Committee. Our city, Auckland, is a city of 1.7 million people. We're a fantastic, beautiful city, but also have our challenges, as many of you do in this city. So 2023, as many of your cities are facing, we've had one of our worst ever weather events in New Zealand's history. So we had about a month's or maybe a whole summer's worth of rain in about 4 hours. So about 400 millimeters of rain fell in about 4 hours. So it's pretty considerable after the wettest year we have had. And we had about 10,000 homes significantly damaged, $2 billion worth of public infrastructure. And we've purchased about 1,200 of the worst affected homes. We've also done an urban heat assessment in 2024. So both climate is affecting, obviously, floods, as we know, rainfall, but also in our summers in our urban areas. So you can see with the red there, the darker the colors is where we've got the most concrete, the most homes, the most urban development. So to deal with some of that, I've been leading with our teams at Council Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, our climate plan, the urban Ngāhere strategy. Those are the two that I'm focusing on here. In our city streets, we've decided to, with the urban Ngāhere, the urban forest plan, we're trying to aim for 30% tree coverage across Auckland to reduce flooding, to improve air quality, but also to improve the shade in our cities. So if you want to look at that street, and that is it today. So a couple of years later, we're adding native trees to bring biodiversity back to our city centre, but also to provide that shade in hot times, but also to soak up that water. This is a significant street in our city, a waterfront street where the port is. It was 5 or 6 lanes wide. We made a significant change about 4 or 5 years ago. You can see there 200 large native trees, 20 rain gardens, 51 gardens, and what it's actually done economically improved the city as well. So it's more resilient, it's more shaded, it's protected from the heat, but it's also encouraging the hospitality in our region and more economic activity. It's also reduced the number of cars. So in this area, we had the worst air quality in the city, so the most highly pedestrianized and the worst air quality. So with the trees, the electric buses, and removing some of the cars from the city centre, we now have about 50% reduction in that the poisonous gases that were harming our communities. We also have a program called Making Space for Water. So it's a blue-green network project right across the city, so several $100 million of infrastructure works. This is one that we did before the floods. So this used to be concreted. This stream or this river originally was in pipe stream. So we work with the local mana whenua, so the local iwi, the indigenous groups of this land, and our communities working together to basically transform this place. And when the floods happened in 2023, for the first time ever, this area didn't flood at all. So that's just a bird's eye view of that. The sports field you see in the center there, that fills up in a 100-year flood. We took the sports field down about 2.5 meters, and then we've brought the original stream back to that area. And of course, it's great for the schools, walking and cycling, but it also means that biodiversity, we've got many native trees and species back in that area that would have used to have been there before people were there, before houses, but also has a significant effect on flooding, positive effect. So we're also planting, not only are we doing the street trees, so about 5,000 street trees a year, we're also doing planting in our regional parks. They're basically parks on the edges of our city. So over 10 years, we're looking to plant over 200 hectares of native vegetation, and that's in areas where currently it's grazed. There's farming land there. And we've also got it linked to sustainably linked bonds, which is helping our budget as well. So that's bringing the community together to plant that. Most of the planting we do is planted by volunteers, by our iwi groups, the indigenous groups, and communities. Essentially, what I'm trying to get across is what you all know. Trees have massive benefit to stormwater, to air quality, but also to making our city better, improving all our urban areas, but also our parks and regional parks. This is a whakatoki, or a proverb from our Māori community, which is ka ora te whenua, ka ora te tangata. When the land is well, the people are well. Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. Very nice presentation, and on time. Thank you so much. I would like to move on to New Taipei City. Ms. Fumei Zhu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Zhu Huimei, and I'm from the New Taipei City government. Today, I would like to share how New Taipei is working to become a more sustainable and resilient city. My topic is Green Movement, the second administration building and the Metropolitan Park. New Taipei City surrounds the Taipei City like a fried egg. New Taipei City is the egg white and the Taipei is the yolk. We have over 4 million people, 29 districts, and more than 20,000 square kilometers of land, making it a lively international city. Our city hall is in Banqiao. As the population grows, more people need public services. To meet this need, we are constructing a second administration building in Sanchong. This will help us provide better services and support located development. As seen from above, the second administration building connects to the Metropolitan Park through greenery, paths, and walking routes. This design helps improve the environment and reduce heat in the city. It also includes a sky park that connects the administration building with Central Park. This makes it easier for people to use public services and enjoy the space. The Metropolitan Park is located next to the second administration building, covering 424 hectares. It feels like an urban oasis. Every March, we hold the New Taipei Lifestyle Festival here. The festival brings music, art, and lifestyle together, inviting people to celebrate spring. Besides helping with flood control, this park is also a good place for people to relax and have fun. Every January, we hold the New Taipei Lantern Festival here, which attracts more than 5 million people. The MRT in Greater Taipei is clean and comfortable. Many international travelers call it the best metro in the world. The B2 level of our new building connects directly to a metro station, giving people an eco-friendly and energy-saving way to access public services. High-density U-bike station work well with our green public transport. Last year, our Mayor Hou Youyi inviting people to ride U-bikes in the Metropolitan Park to celebrate reaching over 300 million rides. This new landmark was designed by famous Japanese architect Paul Noritaka Tange. Its 3 key features are co-working offices and public services, landscape, greening, and inclusive space, and a smart center for disaster prevention and response. To make New Taipei City more digitally resilient, the building has 4 main smart centers: the Police Command Center, the Disaster Operations Center, the Smart Transport Center, and the Food Safety Center. Together, we protect the city's 5 safeties: road safety, public security, environmental safety, social security, and food safety. Since 2019, we have published 3 voluntary local reviews, and we will keep working toward New Taipei City goals for reaching net zero carbon by 2050. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fumei, for that presentation. Now I would like to move on to Vice Mayor from Liga, Mr. Maris. The floor is yours.
Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here and to meet so many mayors and vice mayors and professionals who deal with the same issues, and it's really very valuable to share our experience and learn from each other. About green infrastructure in Riga. Riga is the capital of Latvia. It's an old town. This year we will celebrate 825 years of its birth. And Riga is also historical heritage site, UNESCO heritage site. So citizens of Riga value its architectural old buildings, and also we seek balance between green areas and city urban space, so that there is good equilibrium and people live in harmony. And in general, Riga is considered as a green city because about a quarter of its territory is covered with parks, forests, open nature areas, and people love it. And around 16.5% is different kind of waters. We have River Daugava, very wide river, around 800 meters wide. We have sea coastline and lakes and channels, because we are quite low altitude area, lots of waters too. However, green areas are not evenly distributed. So city center is kind of more urban, buildings, streets, when the periphery is rather green. So people want more greenery also in a city center. And as most of you mentioned beforehand, we have same challenges. Extreme rain, heat waves, green area accessibility. Not all people have to close the green areas. Everybody expects it to be rather some 300 meters away. And also, city development means somehow loss of biodiversity. People of Latvia are close to nature. They love pastures and wetlands and but you cannot see it always in city because everything is man-made and transformed, and we kind of want to bring back the closeness to the nature as much as it is possible in the city life. And we have set 4 goals: increasing the quantity and quality of the green spaces, strengthening climate resilience and flood risks, promoting biodiversity and improving management of green infrastructure. And city-urban greening plan is kind of including all these goals. But one thing to be clear, and I will mention it later, is we need two to tango. So it's not just investment on part of the city, but it's also investment on the part of the citizens, because to have a green city, we need both sides to be active. Just some examples on what we have done recently. So we have a refurbished Daily Theatre Square. We have program of replanting trees. The trees is a very special thing in Riga because as an old city, you have to change buildings, refurbish territories, and sometimes the old buildings are kind of a problem. They stand in a place where you have to put the new tree. And we have made a very strict regulations that it's actually very costly to remove the tree. You have to pay the compensation to the municipal budget. And it is possible to replant the old tree, but this is tricky. You don't always get the result because trees don't like to be moved. So we create all kind of incentives. So if you reduce the green space, or you are forced to remove the old tree, that you have to put in place the compensatory mechanisms. The time is running short. Some new projects for the water management system. Instead of building the sewage water systems, we may make these green dam areas where the water is stored naturally. And incentives for the private, so property tax deduction for certified projects, and also citizen participation. So we give money, some little funds to the communities, to the people, so that they can issue their own projects and also do the greenery works themselves. Thank you, and I wish I can answer questions later on.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Marius, for that presentation. Yes, we will come back to that, some of the presentation, what you have mentioned there. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to move to Deputy Mayor, Ms. Kertu from Tartu.
Hi. At first, I would really like to thank all the organization team and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for having this event here today and this chance to talk about Tartu as well on the stage. So we are not moving far from Riga that you heard just seconds ago. Tartu is the second biggest city in Estonia, and in the picture you can see one of our very, very popular experiments that we did in the center of the city for 5 summers. So what we did, we closed the street for all the cars, and we built there like a leisure area with different cultural events. So it was there for a month in the summer, and it was super, super popular. But I'm going to share you some insights about what we have done in Tartu to promote the greenery. But just for a background, if you haven't been to Tartu, you are most welcome to do it. We are a university town. We have lots of green areas and lots of things we are really, really proud of. And one thing that I brought also out in the slides is that in Estonia, Tartu has been one of the forerunners of the digitalization of local government. So we are 100% paperless government, and these digital solutions are also connected to the things we are doing with our green concepts. Just a bit about the challenges that we have in the Scandinavian area. We don't have earthquakes or tsunamis, but we have the same problems with heat waves and heavy floods. So us in Tartu, we have shared those topics into 5 different categories. We are developing digital planning tools to prevent those catastrophic results. We have done a lot with the renovation together with the green areas around the buildings. We are developing the urban nature, the mobility, and also the public spaces. And we are also part of 2 European Union missions towards climate neutrality, 100 climate neutral and smart cities, and also the climate adaptation mission. And these are the main points what we are keeping in mind in that sense when we are doing our everyday actions or strategic plans. And Tartu was also one of the first who developed our own climate and energy plan. But what have we done? Together with local inhabitants, but in cooperation with universities and our partnering cities, Aarhus and Riga as well, we have been carrying out one really interesting project called Urban Life Cycles that has been going on, started in 2022. And the goal for that project is to grow biodiversity in the center of the city. You can see on the map, this is the map of Tartu. We have many green areas, only 12% of them are in the project. But what we are doing in those green dots on the map is that we are developing together with universities the biodiversity there. We are monitoring how those different actions have been giving results, and we have already created a digital green twin pilot for that. So, and in this project, this is really important, the part of engaging the local inhabitants. What were the first things that happened in Tartu when what we did is that we changed the way we were every year cloning the grass in the center, or what species were placed in the local areas. And at first, there was really many complaints about that. Why we are doing these kind of changes? It is not good. It's not what we want in the center of the city. But the key there is cooperating with people. We have used them in different actions, as well as those actions can make clear why it is important to make our living environment better in the city, and also to raise awareness how nature in the city is important. We have also different projects all over the city, and as it was said before, making the city sustainable is not about the projects, but the projects that we have been carrying out and we will do in the future is helpful on this way. And one of the most interesting projects that we have in the area of, in a really big building area, together with local inhabitants, to make this area more sustainable in terms of floods and heat waves, is a Klimagen project where all the local inhabitants can also step in and say what they want to see in their area. Just some pictures from climate resilience projects in the city center, where we have tackled the problem of floodwaters and what is the result after it's been renovated in that sense, and added also the greenery there. And one more really important thing that what started in Estonia is famous of, it's our smart bike ride. We have been doing it since 2019. It's really, really popular. It's part of our public transportation system. And why I'm bringing it out in the context of making the city green is that if we have more accessibility via bikes, we don't need to have so many roads for cars, and we have nice places where you can go by bike. It's really, really important in that path. So to conclude, I want to point out that making cities sustainable and resilient is a systematic, long-term approach, and it's extremely important to do it together with the citizens. And on the whole, green cities are not about nature, but it's about the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Kertu, for that presentation. So we had New Zealand, Taiwan, Latvia, Estonia, and now we have Italy. So Mayor Stefano from Torino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Waiting for the slide, perfect. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today here in Tokyo at the GNet Summit. It's a pleasure to share Torino's experience in building a more sustainable and resilient city. Where we started. In 2019, Torino produces around 3 million tons of carbon dioxide emission per year. As you can see in the slide, emissions are distributed across key sectors, buildings and heating about 1/3, transport around 1/4, industry and services making up the most of the rest. This snapshot helps us clearly identify where to act first. This baseline gave us a clear direction, and we must transform how our city functions at every level. And to do that, we needed a clear and structured framework. Our response is structured through the Climate City Contract, built on 3 key components: commitments, an action plan, and an investment plan. These 3 elements are not separate, they work together as an integrated framework, because ambition without implementation is not enough. But a framework alone is not sufficient, it must be supported by a solid governance model. This transformation is guided by 3 pillars. First, process governance to manage complexity. Second, stakeholder engagement, because no city can achieve climate neutrality alone. We bring together institutions, companies, research centers, and citizens in a shared effort. And third, science-based support, ensuring that every decision is grounded in data and measurable impact. These pillars are the foundation that makes our strategy operational and credible. And this approach naturally led to the creation of a broad alliance across the city. Today, this effort is supported by a strong alliance. We have six signatories, 16 main partners, and 60 supporters. This broad coalition reflects a shared responsibility across the entire city ecosystem, because this is not just cooperation, but is a collective commitment to the future. To manage such a complex system, we also needed robust tools. To guide our action, we rely on the CLIC platform, which is the Climate City Contract platform. It allows us to evaluate impacts, analyze carbon dioxide emissions, simulate scenarios, and track progress over time. This tool transforms data into decision-making capacity, because climate policy must be transparent, measurable, and accountable. Our climate action plan includes 31 strategic actions from 2024 to 2030, and more than 230 operational actions already underway. And our work has been recognized at the European level with the EU emission label. This recognition is not only symbolic, it strengthens trust and enables further investment. And this strengthens our credibility and helps us attract investments and partnership. Finally, we believe that communication is essential. Through the Torino Cambia platform, we share progress, data, and results with our citizens. And we also support with public communication campaign across the city. Because the ecological transition is not only technological, but is also social and cultural. Today in Torino, we are building more than 50 new kilometers of new cycle paths. We have planted 31,700 new trees. We are renovating public spaces, sports facilities, and libraries, and we are introducing 318 electrical buses. If we look to this table, we can see where these results come from, because different actions contribute in different ways. For example, public transport, energy efficiency, and green infrastructure all play an important role. But these numbers that are scientifically based are not always easy to be understood. And therefore, in order to communicate this impact clearly, we use equivalent indicators, which is the avoided carbon dioxide emission that we avoid by means of the tree equivalent, and the pollutants avoided by the car equivalent, that overall has been more understandable by our citizens. We do not stop on explaining the data, we bring it into the city. We share results through public campaigns. As you can see, we use simple visual in public spaces because people can see the change and understand it, because the ecological transition must be visible and close to the people. Let me conclude with a very simple idea. Cities are not on the front line of climate change, but they are also where solutions can happen faster. Today, I share numbers, plans, and results, but behind them, there is something more, which is a collective effort to change the way we live. Torino is doing its part, and together, cities can lead this transition. Thank you very much.
Mayor Stefano, thank you very much for that presentation. Now I would like to move on to the Q&A session. So I would like to start from you, Richard, from Auckland. When we talk about greenery in urban spaces, it involves land. And when it comes to land, the local government administration is always facing headache, the difficulty communicating with people, because obviously it means asset, and you need to actually modify these things. So as you and other cities have made that reform in improving greenery in urban spaces, I would like to ask how you communicated with stakeholders, and if there's any encounter that you could share with us of some of the challenges that you faced along this way. Can you please share us that example?
Yeah, arigato, Togo. I think a lot of the time, some of the conversations are really easy. So people love trees. Communities love trees. People remember climbing trees when they're a child. People like to walk under the shade of trees. But when we're talking about dramatic change, climate change, emissions, sometimes people switch off. So I think the more we can talk about reducing emissions and having other co-benefits such as better air quality, less heat, more shade, less flooding, I think people start to understand what their communities can look like. And I think after the floods in 2023, unfortunately, people understood that we needed to move faster. So some people became angry that we weren't moving fast enough. And then when we get to changing what's happening in our community, so the picture I had before of the blue-green network, you know, that took a lot of consultation and work with the community. We've got another one with a large golf course that we are now turning into a flood detention wetland to hold about 10 times the amount of water. And that's been very controversial. It's a very popular golf course, so it will be reduced to 9 holes. There will be other issues there. But largely, when you bring the people together, so often standing as a politician at a public meeting, sometimes people are very angry. But if you can get around the table with the people who are most affected, our mana whenua, so our indigenous groups, to tell the stories of the water from hundreds of years ago, when you get children in the room, when you get the people who want this change, often the conversations do improve pretty quickly. So the anger and the sadness kind of leaves when people feel like they're moving together and can see the future. It is really hard to see the future, but seeing all the examples that have been posted today and yesterday, I think there's more examples of where communities can see what is possible, and I think we just keep needing to remind them of that.
Would you say that after you have commenced with some of the project and you see the tangible result, are you able to get more support from people easily?
Yes, definitely. I mean, cost is always a factor, so people always want to know how much will it cost, will the taxes or property rates go up for me? But I think, sadly, with these extreme weather events, people are starting to see the cost of doing nothing is far greater than the cost of doing these projects. So people understand they may need to pay a bit more now to protect the communities and the things they love for the future generations, for their children and grandchildren. So if you keep telling those stories in a more, I guess, personal way to people, then often they're able to move and change their mind. But it is hard with everything else going on in the world right now to get people focused on these projects can be quite difficult. But I think there's a lot of hope in this room, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to move on to New Taipei, Ms. Fumei. So you showed us in the map how New Taipei is like a donut, and you have connection with other districts in the region. And you are also building the new building, but as well as Green Line, you're making a green city from that activity. And we just heard from Richard how you communicate with citizens mainly, but in your case, how do you cooperate with other municipalities, other communities in the surrounding areas? Could you share us an example from that?
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great question. Our mayor, Hou You-yi, leads with a big picture, focusing on cross-region and cross-department collaboration. He values working with our neighbors, so our planning has no borders. First, we see the second administration building as a starting point for this urban oasis by linking it with the 424-hectare Metropolitan Park. We have built the largest riverside green corridor in northern Taiwan. Second, we have integrated our MRT and the cycling networks to bridge the gaps between the different nodes. This not only connects the main parts of the greater Taipei area, but also makes eco-friendly commuting a daily option for millions of people living here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to move on to Liga. Vice Mayor, you mentioned about some of the very interesting examples, and I want to focus on two examples. One is the participatory budget you mentioned. I think it's very challenging for local government to open up its own budget for citizens to consider. Could you tell us what kind of projects were created through this participatory budget? Please.
Yeah, usually the way the municipal system works is, civil servants decide, which streets to build, which parks to improve, and then the councillors decide, and then it's being implemented. But the philosophy of participatory budget is the opposite, is the people, it's bottom-up approach. People and places in communities, they know better what they need. And they can come up with their ideas, projects, and then Commission evaluates. And of course, some projects of their scale and idea should be implemented by city administration because of the, administrative standards, building standards, etc., procurement rules. But there are many initiatives which can be done by people themselves, and municipality just need to provide a part of finance or materials or whatever. And in this way, you build communities which participate, which take care about their vicinities, and they're beautiful projects, parks, coastal improvements, playgrounds, just place to sit for the elderly, all kind of small things which make place theirs. And also people feel that their voice is important. And I think it's a good thing for cities to do.
I think it's fantastic. I think it's symbolic, and I think it really reaches the people and understand people that they're part of the city administration. So I think that's fantastic. One other point that I actually read from your presentation is that you focus on economic incentives, and you also mentioned about the property tax reduction. Could you tell us a bit more about that? Because there's been some activity here in Japan as well about how to kind of incentivize by creating a system to reduct the tax. How are you planning this to happen in your city?
Yeah, this has it covers broad issues. Let's say old buildings, or historical site buildings, they should be restored in a way not to destroy the value, the historical value, and there's need for certain compensation. And what concerns also the modern buildings, we expect them to be energy efficient, sustainable, friendly to the climate, CO2 emissions, and also greenery. So this roof greenery or vertical greenery, it's a costly thing. It's a thing which needs to be maintained. And we live in a climate with harsh winters and hot summers, and it is a cost, but it's a benefit to the society. So in 2024, we made a change in regulation that there is a 50% tax reduction, real estate tax reduction for the projects which fulfill the BREEAM and LEED certification system. So it's third-party certification. And we are just in the beginning, but there are few projects which have been approved. And it works. Businesses also want carrot.
No, I think it's fantastic. We often talk about lack of finance, but this tax incentive reduction can work as an incentive. I mean, I should be careful how to say it, but without city administration to put additional cost, additional budget to support the project itself. So I think it has a very huge potential to be further implemented in other parts of the world. Thank you very much for that. I would like to move on to Ms. Kertu from Tartu. You mentioned also about fantastic projects on how you actually expand the greenery. And I like when you said that when you expand the greenery, we need to have people to enjoy that. And you've actually made a cycling lane so that people can actually enjoy the effect, the outcome of what you have done as city administration. Here in Japan, we recently had a legislation change where the cyclists need to kind of fundamentally ride a bike on the road, whereas previously it was a little bit vague kind of situation where people rode on the pedestrian as well. So I would like to ask, from that perspective, how did you kind of create this infrastructure for the cycling and pedestrians to kind of coexist in the right way? Could you please share us your example and experience?
Yeah, this is an ongoing journey in that sense that it's similar in Estonia. If you have a bike lane, you should bike on a bike lane, but we still have those streets in the older part of Tartu, for example, where we don't have special bike lanes, so the bikes might end up also in the pedestrian road. And this is a really huge challenge right now for us in that sense as well, that our city bikes are electrical bikes. Electrical bikes weight more, so if you have an accident with pedestrian and the bike, the results are quite bad. And also the scooters that have been on the streets for like years for now, and those new electrical cycles as well. So what we are trying to do is to develop as much as possible those separate bike lines. But if you ask what it's right according to the law in Estonia, with the bike you can ride on the those on the roads, but with the scooter you shouldn't. And this also something that needs to be changed. I read that in Latvia, I think there was a change recently because those really speeding scooters are a problem in the pedestrian roads, but also in the normal roads it's not really efficient. So it is an ongoing process. We have in Tartu we have a huge community of bikers who are also giving us advice, so we are using their input as well, and yeah, trying to use also all the possibilities from EU financing to support this sustainable mobility.
How did you communicate these agendas? Did you have a participatory kind of process?
Yes, we have similar things that also Riga brought out. We had a citizen assembly in 2022, and it was focusing especially on sustainable mobility. So different things that we have done were brought out there. We also have the participatory budgeting. That was we were the first in Estonia who started it. It's really, really popular. And when it comes to communication, it's really important to point out that the messages that the city is giving out is and are understandable for the inhabitants, in that sense that if we are talking about carbon neutrality, this doesn't say much to an average citizen. So it's really, we do a lot of these really, really simple explanations. And when it comes to these urban life cycle projects that are visible on the parks, we have added a lot of different labels to understand why we are doing this, what is going on here. And we have also created together with the university, we have also a digital platform, but we have like study roads on those parks to give our inhabitants new knowledge from that. So we use different forms of communication.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, of that. And I think that leads very nicely to you, Mayor Stefano, that you mentioned about the communication and how it's important. But I want to ask about the citywide alliance that you mentioned. I think with your strong leadership, you've able to draw so many supporters, the actual actors who are actually implementing the project in your city. How did you create that? Could you share us your wisdom on how you have managed to do that in your city?
But this is the most important things in order to make a reliable strategy, which is the creation of the working group just around the Climate City Contract, because the Climate City Contract is one very extensive document, but could be effective only in the case in which we have signatories, companies, stakeholders that with the city sign the list of action that they have to put in force to take the climate neutrality targets. We stress a lot this kind of tool during the discussion of the Climate City Contract. In order to be effective, one of the key points was to be very, very strong in terms of scientific robustness of the data related to the actions. In a very short presentation, I highlight tables that are summarizing what is the effects of our action, but behind any of that figure, there are the very strong scientific commitment with the Politecnico di Torino, which is a university that engaged with this kind of activity. And this is very important to take, especially private company, to be on board. Second point is related to the communication campaign that we perform and stress, especially in the initial phase of the sharing of action that have more impact on the population, because we have a list of action hundreds of actions that most are not, some of them are not related to the lifestyle in the city, such as the retrofitting of the buildings and so on and so on, but others are really impacting the life of the touring community. And therefore, it's quite important to stress also the communication campaign in order to have a very extensive, wide awareness about the city, about the citizens, about the environmental benefits of what we are doing. And focusing on it, on communication campaign, we stress the way in which they understand what we are doing. Because it's really complicated in terms of technical transfer to share this kind of technical figure to the real concrete way, due to the fact that we calculate what is the carbon dioxide emission action per action, but we also calculate what is the pollutants air reduction action by action. So we transfer, we convert these kind of numbers in figures into equivalent trees. Because we have thousands of physical trees that we plant. That is quite clear to be look in the parks in many, many areas. But there are equivalent trees, that is what is the translation of this reduction in carbon dioxide emission, and from the side of the carbon dioxide, and from the side of pollutants, because we have a very bad quality of air, as the Walpole Plain, is the reduction in terms of cars, because a diesel car. And these figures were really important because we translate any of action in this kind of figures, and people understand very well what is happening. So action that could be, for instance, to make a pedestrian area, that we calculate what is the reduction in terms of carbon dioxide induced by the change, or for the change for the fleet of the buses, we convert this kind of carbon dioxide emission reduction in equivalent trees. And it was really, really effective, as well as it was effective to be based on scientific way for the engagement of the private company in the city.
Fantastic. I think doing my work as a local government network, I think I've seen this for the last few years. There's a growing budget allocation to communication by the local governments. And I think local governments are realizing that it's so important to communicate proper outcome and the outline of what project is in order to kind of obtain support, but as well as to have the solidarity of the people and understanding where the city is going together. So I think that's a new kind of direction I think a lot of cities around the world are moving towards. Now, I think we have a slight time to squeeze in. So I want to ask one of you, one by one, to give one sentence about what you have learned in Tokyo or what you want to bring back to your city by this experience participating in Tokyo. Richard.
I've learned that many of our experiences are the same, that actually working together across cities across the world makes a lot of difference, and I think that we can all be doing more, but learning from each other will help.
Fantastic. Fumei-san?
I think the city can combine smart governance with nature to create a safer and a better place to live. Thank you.
Fantastic. Vice Mayor Maris?
I think what I understood is that we really share one planet, we share same values, and we all work for the same goals, and this unites us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Deputy Mayor Kertu?
I was really amazed on how in detailed way those different scenarios of for example, disasters are thought through, and how well and clearly explained they are. I got the materials for the municipality, and this is really, really important to give the message to the inhabitants that we know how to act in those very difficult situations, and we have a lot to learn from other cities, from Tokyo, from all those who have spoken today or yesterday, that we don't need to invent a new bicycle, it's already there. We just need to be open to those new information and new contacts outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And finally, Mayor Stefano.
Because the challenge of climate change contrast is to be unified and united in our cities and among cities. And this is the very important lesson. We are not alone, but we stay joined together in order to stress this very important topic for the world.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to conclude this session. I would like all of you to join me in applauding for the contribution by the speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. And now we'd like to proceed to the photo session. So would you please line up at the center stage? Thank you very much. And this concludes the photo session. Now please give another round of applause for speakers and moderators. Thank you very much. This concludes session 8. The next session, session 9, Well-being, Harnessing AI and Digital Technologies, will be held in this room. The session is scheduled to begin at 11:30 a.m. Please be seated before the start time. Speakers for the next session are kindly requested to gather in the briefing room at 11:20 a.m., 10 minutes prior to the start. Well, we will now have a short break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will start shortly. So please be seated and wait for a moment. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. We will now begin session 9, Well-being, Harnessing AI and Digital Technologies. And we'd like to announce that we have simultaneous interpretation system today, and channel 1 for Japanese, channel 2 for English, channel 3 for Vietnamese, and channel 4 for Korean. Now, may I kindly invite all speakers to come up to the stage. Now, please have your seat. Now, let me introduce our moderator and distinguished speakers. The moderator is Ms. Naoko Ueda, head of the OECD Global Relations and Cooperations Tokyo office. The distinguished speakers are Mr. Bu Dai-tan, Chairman of Hanoi, Mr. Georgi Spezza, Director, Economic Development of Niagara, Mr. Samuel Elias Lett, Vice Mayor of San Salvador, Ms. Ok Hyun Kang, Director General of Seoul, Mr. Tigran Avinian, Mayor of Yerevan. Now, Ms. Ueda, if you please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Now, without further ado, let me now we are going to talk about, of course, the AI in digital and how it is being used for the city development. My name is Naoko Ueda. I'm the head of the OECD Tokyo office. I'm going to moderate this session. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Bu Dai-tan for your presentation. Now, for those he's going to speak in Vietnamese, so please use your simultaneous translation machine. The channel 2 will be available for your English hearing, listening. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is an honor for the city of Hanoi to join the fellow member cities of the GNS, the Global. So that we can discuss the very important issues for the future, challenge the future, which is AI and DX. And now we are pursuing an AI-first approach, practicing the AI at the forefront for the earliest state of policy design, governance, and operational planning. And building on this foundation, the city is gradually shifting toward the data-driven digital government model in which the decisions are supported by the intelligent analysis. And also we have deployed AI across multi-sector, such as security and public order, public service, and also the business support. And we have at its core the very good effect and save energy and effort and time for the city. In the broader field of digital technology, one of Hanoi's notable achievement is that the iHanoi digital citizen platform has reached more than 85% of our capital's adult population and is now being upgraded into a super app to support the development of the digital economy and digital society, while forming an authenticated ecosystem that strengthens connectivity between the government and the citizens. At this stage, Hanoi is moving beyond the digitalization. We are redesigning entire administrative and operational processes with data and digital technology at the center. The city is implementing foundational projects, including the High Performance Computing Center, or AIDC, a shared data lakehouse, and the digital twin. The initiatives aim to establish a government model based on the real-time data and intelligent forecasting, and they are particularly valuable in addressing complex urban challenges such as traffic congestion, flooding, and environmental management. And while also opening new development space for the data economy and innovation. And our Hanoi is now building an ecosystem of more than 10,000 digital technology enterprises. We serve as a core driving force for the development of digital economy and digital government. And we also developing connecting platforms such as the technology exchange and digital transformation marketplace to promote the supply-demand linkages and accelerate the commercialization of technology products. So from our experience, we have identified several important orientations. The first is that data is the core foundation. It must be accurate, complete, clean, dynamic, interoperable, and share. And second is digital infrastructure and computing capacity. They are essential conditions for developing AI at a scale. And third, the innovation ecosystem must be developed in a synchronized manner to create particular outputs for technology products. And four is the legal framework must stay one step ahead, ensuring that AI is used transparently, safely, and responsibly. So we believe that AI and digital technology should serve as a bridge for deeper and broader cooperation among countries, cities, and business community. And we propose strengthening investment in research into core technology, especially large language model and advanced AI, while expanding the ecosystem of digital technologies enterprise so that they can contribute directly to the economic growth and enhance the competitiveness. At the same time, we must ensure the harmonization between the digital transformation and green transformation, between technology development and narrowing of the digital divide, which aim to achieve the sustainable, inclusive, and human-centered development. So given current pace of development, we have every reason to believe that AI and digital technology will contribute to play a central role in addressing global challenges and urban bottlenecks, contributing to the creation of smarter, more sustainable, and more livable cities. So in that spirit, Hanoi looks forward to further expanding international cooperation and strengthening scientific connection. We hope to move beyond this and share exploration. Thank you very much for listening.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Budatan. That was a very inspiring speech. And now next, I would like to invite Mr. George Spezza from Niagara.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Niagara Region. Thank you to the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for convening this distinguished group of cities and representatives. Today I'm going to be talking about how we in Niagara Region apply AI to improve public services and operations. At a high level, I will view how Niagara is beginning to apply artificial intelligence in practical ways that support staff, strengthen our services, and modernize our operations. What we're seeing right now is a shift from preparing for artificial intelligence from a policy development perspective to actually using it. At Niagara Region, our approach is quite simple. We're not just starting with the technology, we're actually starting with where it delivers the most value to our services. It's not about our experimentation for its own sake, but it really is about identifying where these tools can support staff, improve how our services are delivered, and strengthen our day-to-day operations. I'll share a few examples on how that is beginning to take shape. Before applying artificial intelligence, we focused on creating the conditions for it to be useful. On the technical side, this meant improving how data is structured and making sure staff are working with modern tools. Without that, artificial intelligence does not integrate into real work. Equally important was access. We needed our staff to be able to use these tools easily and securely, so it becomes part of how we work, how work gets done, and not something that separates or is specialized. From there, the focus shifted to the use. We have been very deliberate in targeting areas where AI supports actual services and operations rather than running isolated pilots that do not scale. And because our services at the region are vary significantly, from high-level technical infrastructure to people-focused care, we introduced a policy framework that gives each division the ability to apply artificial intelligence in a way that fits their work while still maintaining a consistent approach across the organization. That balance is very important. It offers flexibility within a shared structure. We're starting to apply this in a few focused areas. With GovAI, staff are using it to draft reports, summarize long documents, and quickly pull key information from large volumes of text. That reduces the time spent on administrative work. In seniors and long-term care, we are looking at how it can support documentation and internal communication, helping staff complete required records more efficiently. When we reduce administrative burden, it creates more time for care and better supports the residents that we serve. In infrastructure and wastewater, the focus is on working with data, helping staff review information, generate reports, and support technical decision-making. So each application is different, but the intent is consistent: reduce time spent on routine work and improve how our services are delivered. These are not advanced applications. They are simple, practical uses that support staff and improve our services to the residents. Staff are using AI to draft reports and emails, summarizing information, and support research. It also helps structure, analysis, translate information into clear, plain language. And in customer service, it helps staff respond more clearly and consistently. These are not highly complex applications. There are practical uses that support staff's everyday, daily activities. The next step is to focus on where this improves the work. We are targeting tasks that are repetitive and time-consuming, like documentation, reporting, and internal communication. We're also applying it in service areas where better information leads to better decisions. For example, in infrastructure, artificial intelligence can support decisions around road maintenance, traffic flow, and pedestrian safety. That means better timing of repairs, clearer understanding of patterns, and safer planning for how people move through our communities. Adoption also depends on people, so we're building comfort and confidence with our employees. In conclusion, this is not just about scaling artificial intelligence everywhere. It's about applying it where it improves work and delivers the better outcomes for residents. This is not about rapid transformation. It's about steady, intentional adoption where the value is clear. When we improve how staff work, we improve the experience of the residents we serve. So thank you, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. That was a very practical way of explanation. Thank you so much. And now next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Samuel Alice Lett from San Salvador.
Thank you very much. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So it's a profound honor to address to this distinguished gathering the third GNET Leaders Summit here in Tokyo. My representation and delegation, we're very pleased and honored to be here. A special thanks to the distinguished governor of Tokyo and honorable mayors and all of you excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So for San Salvador Central, we face different scenarios in terms of historic urban transformation. San Salvador Centro has experienced a historical transformation in recent years, and we revitalized our historical downtown, restored public spaces, strengthened mobility, and reactivated economy life. However, for us, technology has never been just a goal itself. For our administration, especially for the mayor of San Salvador Centro, and personally for all of us as people working with them, the center of every policy and every platform and every algorithm, it's about the people and the protection of human lives. A modern city cannot be built only with concrete fiber optics and data. It must be built with empathy, responsibility, and a deep respect for human dignity. The vision guides how we harness artificial intelligence and digital technologies to strengthen public safety, enhance citizen services, and modernize governance. Our flagship initiative, Cibar Seguro, which we're going to explain here, is an intelligence, well, it's a creation from our government, and it reflects the people-centered approach through intelligence surveillance system integrated into a real-time municipal monitoring center. We use AI-assisted analytics not to monitor citizens, but to protect them, to prevent violence, to respond faster in emergencies, and ultimately to save lives. Let me offer a concrete example about this. Before deploying these technologies in our historical center, many families avoided public spaces after the sunset. Today, improved lighting and AI supporting monitoring and faster response time, it allows us to all the families to return to all the public plazas, children to play safely in the parks, and local business to thrive at night. Technology didn't replace humans, if you see there. It restored the presence of humans. As a result, public confidence has increased, tourism has grown, economic activity has been reactivated in areas that we previously considered not to reactivate anymore. But most importantly, people claim their right to safe public spaces. Beyond safety, we're transforming the way the citizens interact with their local government. We have digitalized municipal services, automated administrative processes, and introduced data-driven dashboards to guide decisions in urban planning, infrastructure, maintenance, and service delivery. This shift is not about efficiency anymore, or just efficiency itself. It's about reducing the time a mother spends waiting for a permit, enabling small entrepreneurs to open a business faster, and ensuring that basic services reach their neighborhoods that need the most. Digital transformation must also be built upon a strong foundation of cybersecurity. For us, cybersecurity, it's not only a technical issue, it's a human one. At the heart of this transformation lies the people. Technology does not create progress by itself. Human capital does. We are investing in digital skills for municipal terms and creating opportunities for young people to participate in the digital economy, so that innovation does not exclude but empowers people. Cities like Tokyo and San Salvador, they might be at a different scale in history. They might be different, of course, but we ensure common challenges. And these are managing dense urban environments, ensuring resilient disasters, and balancing innovation with privacy. Our long-term vision is what we call San Salvador 4.0, which I'm going to show just in the last 10 seconds that I have. Our long-term vision, it's what we call San Salvador 4.0. It's a build, secure, and intelligent urban system that allows us to use artificial intelligence to anticipate risk, improve mobility, and always be with the people. That's our main goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel-san. Next, we would like to welcome Ms. Ok-Hyun Kan. Now, I have learned that there is no simultaneous translation from Korean into English. I'm waiting for the instruction from the Secretariat for how we are going to listen to Ms. Oxen's presentation. The Secretariat people from the Tokyo Metropolitan City, please guide us. すみません、東京都の方はどのようにして通訳か教えてください。
Could you please tell us how we can understand the Korean speech? Is there any translation available?
東京都の方、同時通訳が聞けないと聞かされたんですけど、
Tokyo Metropolitan Government, we have just been informed that we cannot use simultaneous translation for English or Korean translation. What can we do about this?
Okay, there's going to be a consecutive translation, so please let's get started. Thank you for waiting. Yes, okay, so please start, Ms. Kyung-kan. Thank you so much.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 서울특별시 디지털도시국장 강욱현입니다.
Thank you for introducing. This is Kang Wook-hyun, General Director of Digital City Bureau at the Seoul Metropolitan Government.
오늘 저는 사람 중심 AI 도시 서울을 주제로 서울의 디지털 전환과 AI 도시의 방향을 말씀드리겠습니다.
Today, under the theme of a human-centric AI city Seoul, I would like to share Seoul's journey of digital transformation and the direction we are taking as an AI-driven city.
네, 서울은 네 가지 방향으로 스마트 도시를 추진하고 있습니다. 첫째, 디지털 일상 도시, 둘째, 디지털 안전 도시, 셋째, AI 혁신 도시, 넷째, 디지털 매력 도시입니다. 이제 주요 사례를 간단히 소개하겠습니다.
Seoul is advancing its smart city strategy into four directions. First, a digital everyday city. Second, a digital safety city. Third, an AI innovative city. And fourth, a digital attractive city. Allow me to briefly introduce some of our key examples.
네, 서울은 도시 전역에 디지털 인프라를 구축했습니다. 35,000대의 공공 와이파이를 통해 언제 어디서나 연결됩니다.
Seoul has built a robust digital infrastructure across the entire city. Through our 35,000 public Wi-Fi network, citizens can stay connected anytime and anywhere.
그리고 21만 대의 CCTV가 서울 시민의 안전을 책임지고 있습니다. 예를 들면 AI 기반의 지능형 CCTV는 화재, 쓰러짐, 스토킹 등의 상황을 AI가 먼저 감지합니다.
A network of 210,000 CCTVs safeguards the safety of Seoul's citizens. Our AI-powered intelligent CCTV system detects situations such as fires, falls, and stalking before a human operator would notice.
서울은 행정 전반에 AI를 적용하고 있습니다. 공무원은 AI 도구를 활용해 보고서 작성과 분석을 수행합니다. 또한 자체 AI 챗봇을 통해 행정 업무를 지원하고 있습니다. AI는 행정을 빠르게 하고 시민에게 더 집중하게 합니다.
Seoul is applying AI across its entire administration. Our officials use AI tools to draft reports and conduct analysis, and our in-house AI chatbot supports day-to-day administrative work. AI makes our administration faster and allows us to focus more on our citizens.
네, 서울은 공공 서비스를 하나의 앱으로 통합했습니다. 서울온이라는 앱을 통해 행정 서비스를 간편하게 시민 누구나 이용할 수 있습니다.
Seoul has integrated its public services into a single unified app. Through Seoul On, citizens can easily access administrative services.
또한 디지털 격차 해소를 위해 디지털 동행 플라자를 운영하고 있습니다. 어르신들이 스마트폰과 키오스크를 직접 배우고 체험합니다. 서울은 모두가 함께 사용하는 디지털을 지향합니다.
To bridge the digital divide, we also operate the Seoul Inclusive Digital Plaza. There, elders can learn and experience smartphones and kiosks firsthand. Seoul is committed to a digital future that works for everyone.
네, 서울은 도시 전체를 3D로 구현한 디지털 트윈을 운영합니다. 미래 상황을 예측하고 정책을 사전에 설계합니다. 도시 문제를 미리 대응할 수 있습니다.
Seoul operates a digital twin that replicates the entire city in 3D. We simulate future scenarios and design policies in advance, enabling us to address urban challenges before they arise.
서울은 또한 AI를 활용해 골든 타임을 확보하고 있습니다. AI 콜봇이 119 신고를 분석해서 긴급 상황을 먼저 판단합니다. 더 빠르고 정확한 대응이 가능해집니다.
Seoul is also leveraging AI to secure a critical golden hour in saving lives. Our AI callbot analyzes 911 emergency calls and identifies urgent situations first, enabling a faster and more accurate response.
서울은 AI 기술을 통해 도시의 미래를 준비하고 있습니다. 이러한 기술을 직접 체험할 수 있는 자리가 있습니다. 스마트 라이프 위크입니다. AI, 로봇, 모빌리티 등 미래 기술이 한자리에 모입니다. 올해 3회째로 10월에 서울에서 개최합니다.
Seoul is preparing for the future of the city through AI technology, and there is an opportunity for you to experience these technologies firsthand. It is called Smart Life Week, an event where future technologies such as AI, robotics, and mobility all come together in one place. Its third event will be held in Seoul this October.
네, 제4회 서울 스마트 도시상도 함께 진행합니다. 사람을 위한 기술을 구현한 도시를 선정하는 국제 시상식입니다. 여러분을 서울로 초대합니다.
The fourth Seoul Smart City Prize will be held alongside the event. It is an international awards ceremony that recognizes cities that have implemented technology for the benefit for other people. I would wish to invite all of you to Seoul.
사람을 위한 AI, 서울이 꿈꾸는 미래입니다. 감사합니다.
AI for people, this is the future that Seoul envisions. Thank you very much.
감사합니다, Ms. Okyung-kan. Thank you. Now, next, I would like to invite Mr. Tigran Avinian from Yerevan. Pardon, Mr. Samuel Elias-Led from. Sorry, no, Mr. Tigran Avinian from Yerevan. Sorry for confusion.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants of the forum. We've heard very interesting presentations, and I think it's time to imagine that the cities in the future are going to be working in different ways. So I believe that potholes will be fixed even before detection. And imagine a city where you not just measure the air quality, but also predict what is going to happen. And imagine a city where you talk to the municipality as you would talk to a human being who understands your issue and empathize. And I think in Yerevan, we have taken that path. And well, just to give you a brief understanding where Yerevan is the capital of Armenia on the crossroads of Europe and Asia. It has around 2,807 years of history and is a place for 1.2 million people to live, and they call this place home. And the other one is also very unique in terms of its positioning, because it is like 37% of the population of the country, and practically the economic, educational, transportational life is very much centralized in the city. And whatever we do in the city that makes the city better makes also the country better as well. So at some point, so this is also to give you some general understanding of the IT background of the country. So we're going to have 50,000 GPU NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs installed this year. This is, I think, the 5th biggest in the world. And so we have some background in IT. The city has been transforming digitally for years, and we never focused on the digitization per se, because the digitization gives us the information, the data, but the problems are not solved just by purely digitizing whatever you have. It just gives you the information and the data, and this data may be fragmented and may be, delayed, and you may have difficulties to understand the data, and I think this is where AI comes in. So we use AI in different models, and in terms of city transformation, AI has a bigger role because this fragmented data is analyzed, and this is also a tool that gives you already a built-in decision. And we use it in several spheres in our urban planning and development, and practically AI helps us a lot. So there are three main usages that we do. That's natural language processing, large language model, and of course computer vision, which have their own applications. And for instance, we see the potholes. We see the potholes from the cameras that are integrated on our buses, and practically this whole information is on our GIS system. So they help us identify illegal advertisements. Practically whatever advertisement we have, it compares with the GIS map that we have, and it gives us not only the place but also the size of the advertisement that has been placed. So it helps us financially as well. Of course, the conjunctions, the traffic, it's one of the most problematic parts that we have and all the cities has. So it helps us with the traffic understanding and implementations of new tools. Environment monitoring, and this is the most interesting part because we have 200 air quality sensors all around the city that gives us the whole picture live, but not only we have this measured, but also we can also predict what is going to happen, because a lot of air quality is kind of linked to the climate and the environmental issues. The call center that gives us a full understanding of what we are communicating with people, and of course our chatbot that gives us the opportunity to provide services to the people. And these services and all the 3D models with LiDAR systems are helping us improve the cities. And I do believe that this is the future. And not only digitization, but also AI use will make our cities better in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tigran. Now I would like to move into the Q&A session, starting with Mr. Budai Tan. Now, I'm not going to. My question is that how are you leveraging the cost saving and efficiency made from the AI introduction what kind of different kind of work which a public servant is doing. Is it similar to what probably George has explained to you, to us? And also, can you explain to us a little bit about how you are advancing the capacity building of your public servants?
Vâng, cảm ơn cái câu hỏi cũng rất là của moderator.
Yes, thank you very much for the practical question from the moderator. So first, AI is not for replacing the people, but for helpers for restructuring our organization. So when we apply the AI and digital technology, we will redesign, restructure. So first, we will not just physically cut down the labor force of people, so we just eliminate like some kind of repeating job, so that our officer can focus more on the service, or better for deliver the better service for our citizen, for our enterprises, and then we can we can relocate our civil servant to 3 new categories. For example, like high quality public services and upgrade frontline function, or governance, supervision and control, and also the for data and digital operation. What does this mean? It means that we relocate our civil servants from the simple and repeated tasks to the higher technology works, and also there is no mechanical cuts, but we will revise, and we will have, for example, with some like a senior civil servants, we provide the condition and also the also other conditions, so that they can retire earlier than normal, but we still provide the salary and etc. So our conclusion is that we don't do the suddenly or surprisingly cut, but we using for improve the quality of life and quality of works.
Next question is to Mr. George Spitzer. You have now. Question is, what was the most challenging part of introducing the AI into your system? And then, secondly, you have mentioned about how the AI is being utilized for betterment of the service and everything. Can you elaborate a little bit further, like what is the most signature kind of efforts that you can elaborate? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I think artificial intelligence for us in terms of employing it and activating it through our regional government has been there's different perspectives. Not everyone is very comfortable with the AI technology right now. There's varying areas where it's being utilized better. But I think some of the challenges is really better understanding, providing some training around the use and the importance of artificial intelligence, how it can better be utilized in manipulating data and assessing data and making decisions. But I think that through effective training, through effective communication with our employees, the uptake in continuing to utilize it and seeing it as an opportunity and as a tool to ensure better service for the public is something that is growing within the organization. I think two particular divisions that have really shared some success is our transportation division. Was mentioned earlier by my colleagues that assessing lots of data on road in transportation, traffic signaling, being able to assess much of this data, understanding the timelines of it, and interpreting that data through the AI technology has been utilized, has been very successful in terms of making the decisions on infrastructure projects. The other area is at regional government, we also are providing long-term care services, and much of that activity is spent with the caregiver who actually has to document and much of the information. So the AI technology is being utilized in some of those administrative tasks to reduce some of that administrative burden and thus allow and free up the time and care required to actually service the public and some of those public-oriented services such as long-term care.
Thank you very much, very clear. Now, next I'd like to go to Mr. Samuel from San Salvador. Now, you have made progress in improving a lot of things, including urban security, through technology. And what has been the key to achieving these results? I mean, you don't have to limit to the urban security thing, but what has been the key to achieving these important results of your own? And how do you ensure that those tools truly serve citizens? You have already mentioned about the importance of looking into the human resources and then youth, but you can elaborate a little bit further.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Very interesting and very important. We believe, first of all, in San Salvador City Hall, that all the transformations that we're seeing in our capital couldn't be possible without a strong coordination with the national government from our president, Nayib Bukele. I believe without his vision of security, we would not do the same. At the municipal level, we believe our approach has been to complement these efforts by integrating technology, including AI, to all of our urban management situations. Particularly through initiatives like Cibar Seguro, which is the one I just presented about. But we're very clear about one principle, and this is about technology must serve people, not to control them. For us, if you ask me about what's the key to achieve all this, it's very easy. And it means a lot to us, and this is two separate words. It's human life. That each lives matter for us. It means every camera, every interaction, every data system, every algorithm, we use it for one purpose, and it's to protect the lives of our people, to prevent from violence, respond faster, and save lives. At the end, security, it's not about systems. We believe it's about our people, and the most important outcome that we can have about any smart city strategy must always be the protection of human lives. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, very important. Now, next I'd like to go to Ms. Ok-Hyun Kan. The question is, what makes Smart Life Week unique and different from others?
네, 감사합니다. 많은 ICT 박람회가 기술 자체를 보여주는 데 집중한다면 서울 스마트 라이프 위크는 사람의 일상 속에서 기술이 어떻게 쓰이는지를 보여주는 행사입니다.
Thank you very much. While ICT Expos focus on showcasing the technology itself, Seoul Smart Life Week focuses on how technology is actually used in people's daily lives.
네, 단순히 기술을 전시하는 것이 아니라 시민이 직접 체험하고 도시 정책과 연결된 형태로 경험할 수 있다는 점이 가장 큰 차별성입니다.
Rather than simply displaying technology, we enable citizens to experience it in first-hand and direct connection with urban policies, and this is what truly set us apart.
또한 사람을 위한 스마트 도시 정책에 대해 국제적으로 시상하는 프로그램까지 함께 운영하면서 기술, 정책, 시민 경험이 하나로 연결된 플랫폼이라는 점에서 의미가 있습니다.
We also run an international awards program that recognizes people-centered smart city policies, making this a platform where technology, policy, and citizen experience come together as one.
네, 스마트 라이프 위크 2016은 10월 6일부터 8일까지 서울에서 개최됩니다. 많은 관심 부탁드립니다.
Smart Life Week 2026 will be held in COEX from October 6th to 8th. We warmly welcome your interest and participation. Thank you.
감사합니다. The next question goes to Mr. Tigrand from 11. Now, you have explained about the various ways that you are utilizing the AI. But what is the most significant area where the AI utilization made a greatest impact? And then you can probably also mention about how you are taking care of the privacy protection and then confidential data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the AI usage is pretty much horizontal, and it is important practically in all the fields of urban development, urban planning, like city life, and in each and every sector, as the general digitization, it has its uses. And we have already used the artificial intelligence in many spheres and in many sectors. Of course, the conjunctions, the traffic, the analyzing the traffic is one of the important things. And practically, it will give us more and more information in the future and solve and give us like solutions, ready solutions for infrastructural projects, for limitations for the cars, for planning the public transportation, etc., etc. But in general, I see AI as a horizontal technology that can be used in many spheres, and the most important part is that you gather the data, that you digitize whatever you need to digitize beforehand, before you use the artificial intelligence for it to help and to improve the quality of the service, the city life, etc. And practically, I think we need to be very careful about the information that we gather, because we do gather a lot of information. We do gather a lot of information from our cameras. We gather a lot of information about the people that live in our cities, and this is like a very, very sensitive topic that we need to think about, be very careful with that information. Of course, we all have the legislations, but I believe with advancement of this technology, we need to be much more careful than we are now, because now we are like pretty happy with the solutions that we see. But I think there are threats, potential threats, that we need to be aware of and be we need to go step by step. So, and generally AI is a fantastic technology. We need to use it. We need to use it in city management, in urban development, in urban planning, in practically every sector, but we need to do it very, very carefully. And using this opportunity also, I would like to invite every one of you to Yerevan for the COP17, which is going to happen in autumn. And thank you very much for this beautiful forum. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was a very inspiring intervention. Now, I'm not going to be too bold to try to summarize these rich discussions, but I think some things are really confirmed as common. You know, it is really to whom we are serving through the AI, and not vice versa. And that is the direction which we all want to take. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. Please give a big applause to these great panelists. Thank you very much. And back to the MC.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we will now proceed to the photo session. So may I kindly ask all speakers to gather at the center of the stage. Thank you very much. And this concludes the photo session. Please give another big round of applause for the moderator and the speakers. Thank you very much. Well, this concludes session 9. Thank you very much. And the next session, the plenary session, will take place next to this venue, Palais Royal City. The session will begin at 1:40 p.m., so please gather there by the time. And presenting cities for the next session are kindly requested to gather in the briefing room at 1:30 p.m., 10 minutes before the start. Thank you very much for your participation.
こちらただいま本番の明かりでございます。客席、ステージともに本番の明かりです。
Ladies and gentlemen, the joint press conference for the GNET Leaders Summit will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the joint press conference for the GNET Leaders Summit will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you. We will now begin the joint press conference for the GNET Leaders Summit. May we ask the mayors and leaders to please take the stage. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today at the joint press conference for the GNET Leaders Summit. First, Ms. Yuriko Koike, Governor of Tokyo, will deliver opening remarks and announce the communique. Governor Koike, if you please.
Thank you. And the Sushi Tokyo 2026 GNET Leaders Summit, where 2 days of discussions were held, has just concluded. And I would like to thank all of the participating cities once again. the main theme for this summit was a new urban future built on climate and disaster resilience. Through the presentations and discussions by the cities, we have been able to share our knowledge and insights with each other and compile our shared understanding and policy directions for a sustainable world into the communique distributed to you. Now, I would like to give you a brief overview of the document. The global landscape is rapidly changing with growing uncertainty, and that is precisely why it is vital for cities' advance discussions and actions to help one another, focusing on our people. Specifically, increasingly severe natural disasters are occurring right before our eyes, presenting urgent shared issues that the world cities must confront together in order to safeguard the lives and assets of our residents. As such, by realigning the themes of GNETs into urban resilience to climate change and natural disasters and well-being in cities, we will accelerate multi-city lateral cooperation with a focus on our people and generate a tide of international cooperation. Additionally, we will promote practical initiatives through the Resilience Sub-Working Group for working-level officials. The communique outlines efforts aimed at solving challenges in both of the realigned sub-themes. And as a new addition, the communique is, for the first time, accompanied by an annex listing resilience-enhancing actions by participating cities to realize resilient and sustainable cities. Now, results cannot be achieved through discussion alone, and we will work to ensure that the discussions that have taken place here are firmly translated into action. And we will leverage the cutting-edge technologies of Tokyo-based startups and further advanced demonstration projects to help enhance resilience and solve other challenges faced by the world cities. And we will also further promote technical exchange opportunities for cities to learn from each other. Through such efforts, we will not only bring together the world's cities to tackle shared challenges, but also continue to develop this network with the aim of achieving further cooperation. I'm confident that the determination expressed in this communique is shared by all of the city leaders who participated. Now the city leaders present here will say a few words. Thank you so much. Big hand.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite leaders on the stage to speak. This time, we will hear remarks from 4 leaders from each continent. First, we'd like to invite Chairman of the Metro Manila Development Authority, Mr. Romando Altes.
Good afternoon, Governor Koike. Metro Manila, with 14 million residents and 17 million daytime population, is vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters. We at the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority is at the forefront of preparedness, disaster preparedness and response. GNET's Leaders Summit gave us the opportunity to network, collaborate, and learn from the best practices of other cities. The experience we gained from GNET's Leaders Summit is very valuable, which we can bring back to our country so that Metro Manila can be adaptive and resilient. We would like to thank Governor Koike and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for this opportunity, for the leadership, and for the hospitality. And we look forward to more GNET summits in the future. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite Mayor of Turin, Mr. Stefano Russo.
Thank you so much. Cities are where people live, work, and imagine their future. This gives us a unique responsibility, but also a unique opportunity. We are laboratories of innovation, platforms for cooperation, and engines for sustainable growth. Especially in a time when some still question or deny the urgency of addressing climate change, cities have a duty to lead with clarity, responsibility, and concrete action. And so, let us continue to work as a network of cities that not only respond to global challenges, but actively shape a better, more sustainable, and more inclusive future. Thank you to Governor Yuriko Koike for this very brilliant and effective organization of this summit. We are very proud as Torino, Italy, to stay here and to stay connected with all the cities that are on the floor and in this room. There were very fruitful days for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite Vice Mayor of San Salvador, Mr. Samuel Elias Lett.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So on behalf of the Cities of the Americas, I warmly congratulate the Tokyo Metropolitan Government for the excellent organization of the Sushi Tech Tokyo 2026 GNET's Leader Summit. This communique actually reflects something very fundamental for all of our cities, and it's that in the world that's facing uncertainty, cities must lead with determination, work together with cooperation and clear vision for the future. From our region, we strongly believe that people must be at the center of our policies in general and provide them solutions. Every action we take about climate resilience, innovation, and urban development must ultimately improve their lives, our lives, safety, and opportunities for all of our citizens. We fully support the commitments made here, especially strengthening resilience to climate change and disasters, advancing innovation through technology and startups, and promoting well-being and inclusion. We reaffirm our political will turn into this agreement into real actions, and then to continue building strong partnerships across all of our cities and continents. Together, we will deliver resolve to all of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally, we'd like to invite Chairman of SUVER, Mr. Tevita Gadulev Taginavlau Vosevaka.
Thank you. First of all, when I'm standing here, it reminds me of one saying or a statement by somebody who said that in this century, the illiterate are no longer the ones who cannot read and cannot write, but the ones that cannot learn and relearn. So after this session, I learned a lot. One of the things that I learned, which I never realized, was the focus on people, the importance of people and their relationships. Then I also learned the focus on the nature-based solutions, the environment. And then in the communique, we learn about the younger children, parenting, coming together, and not forgetting the old citizens. So when I say this, I see that it's connected to moral values, to our Creator. So then when I say it, I'm more or less saying that we also need not only a smart approach, but also a wise approach, an approach with wisdom. Once we get this, that's my view from Suva and from Fiji. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, we'd like to invite Governor Koike to say remarks.
Well, thank you very much for your participation and contribution for this GNET's summit. And these expressions of strong determination have provided all of us with further courage to push ahead. So we will unite to realize resilient and sustainable cities. And for your information, the next senior officials meeting is scheduled to take place next May 2027. And we plan to hold the next GNET's Leaders Summit 2 years from now. So let's continue our efforts to pave the way to a sustainable world. And I really look forward to continuing to build on these meaningful and fruitful discussions. And thank you very much for your cooperation and participation. ありがとうございました。Thank you so much. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Governor Koike. We will now proceed to the photo session with our speakers. Please wait for a moment while we prepare the stage. Well, thank you very much for waiting. And now let's begin the photo session. So first, would you please look at the camera in front of you? Now, would you please look at the cameras on your right-hand side? Okay. Thank you very much. So would you please look at the cameras on your left-hand side? Thank you very much for your cooperation. And now we'd like to invite representatives from participating cities to come up on the stage. So first, may we invite those in the third row to please come up to the stage from stage left. Next, we invite those in the second row to join on the stage from the stage right. So is everybody ready? Okay, so next, sushi with big smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3, sushi! Okay, so would you please look at the cameras on your right-hand side? So the cameras on the right-hand side, would you please take photos? So again, we will say sushi. 1, 2, 3, sushi! Thank you very much. And would you please look at the cameras on your left-hand side? Okay, again, sushi. 1, 2, 3, sushi! Thank you very much. And now the video crew will take videos as well. So would you please look at the video cameras at the back of this venue? Okay, so would you like to say sushi again? Okay, so look at all the video cameras at the back. So 1, 2, 3, sushi! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this concludes the photo session. Thank you very much. With this, we hereby conclude the photo session. Thank you very much. And first, may we invite those in the front row to kindly step down from the stage via stage right. And next, we invite those in the second row to exit the stage via stage right. And finally, we invite those in the third row to step down from the stage via stage left. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And this concludes the joint press conference for the GNES Leaders Summit. Thank you very much for your participation, and have a good afternoon.
Perfect. Okay, I'll take this off. This mic is the mic. Oh, like this way?